Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026 here at the Brainerd International Raceway. The sun has finally come out this morning after lots of clouds this morning during the morning charging period. We're just about 5 minutes away from the start of race day. Today we are going to bring you a different view on the live stream here. We are at turn 6 on the 3.1 mile track here at Brainerd International Raceway. Off to the left there, you can see a little hut with the number 6 on it. That is our corner worker station. So corner workers are in place, ready for day 2 today. At our events, all of the corner workers are volunteers, generally from the teams. Sometimes alumni, friends, family show up and want to get an experience at the corners. We are here in the other tower today, which we are using for race control. And the corner workers serve as our eyes and ears all around the track. So they have a radio back to race control. If anything happens, they will let race control know. They also have a couple of different flag colors. So they have red flag is a track shutdown. So on a red flag, all solar cars are required to pull to the side of the track and stop. This is not super common. We have had it a couple times in the past, but not most years. And then we have a yellow flag. This flag is comes in two forms. So there's actually we updated the flags this year. So yellow flag means caution. There's an obstruction on or near the track. And solar cars are to slow down and no passing is allowed unless you are passing, the broken down solar car. And that applies until you get to the next corner without a yellow flag. And so usually that happens because a solar car is broken down on the track or perhaps is being towed on the track. And so in that case, we don't want vehicles trying to overtake each other at the same time as that. Then we have a blue flag. Blue flag indicates that something is ahead, but just be aware that there's something coming. No restrictions on passing, and no other restrictions like that. Usually that just means there's a solar car perhaps broken down off the track, or maybe track safety is doing something off the side of the track, getting something cleared up from some issue earlier, but nothing on the track. And of course we have our green flag, which we'll wave here in about 2 minutes over at the front straight. And the checkered flag at the end of the day. Those are only from the main gantry. And then at corner 10, which is the last corner before the pit, there's a black flag, and that indicates that solar car should enter into the pit. Usually that's because team lost radio to their solar car and can't tell them what to do over the radio. You can take a look at the official results from yesterday. We had 3 cars get on the track in our multi-occupant vehicle class. Multi-occupant vehicle class has 2 things they're working on. The trophies here at FSGP will be awarded based on the multi-occupant vehicle score, which consists of 2 parts. One of them is just the distance completed, and the other one is an optimization score, which is based on the person miles completed, which is the number of people in the car per mile you drive. And then that is divided by the amount of external energy you use. So the MOVs are allowed to do external charging from the wall like a normal electric vehicle. So at this point we have Georgia Tech in first place with a score of 100 points. They have the most miles and the best optimization score at this point. App State in second with 76.5 points. They are roughly about 2/3 as good as Georgia Tech so far in distance and optimization. Of course, we know that App State did not get to the track tomorrow till midday, or yesterday until midday. So we'll see how things change today. And MIT had a score of 15.4, which is mostly because they only completed 3 laps in the morning yesterday and did not get back to the track. Sounds like we may see them back at some point today. Georgia Tech also completed 77 laps yesterday, which qualifies them to get on the road for the American Solar Challenge on Saturday. In our single occupant class, we had quite a few cars qualify for ASC. Leading the SOV class is ETS with 116 laps, team from Quebec. In second place, we have the Dutch team, Delft, with 106 laps, so 10 laps behind. 6 laps behind them with 100 laps even is Enoptis, the Belgian team. 92 laps is the University of Washington. 79 is Berkeley. And 75 laps is Florida Poly. And all of those teams have qualified to get on the road for the American Solar Challenge. Behind that is Stanford with 62, Western Michigan with 53. Both of them should qualify for the American Solar Challenge today. They have to get to 97 total laps over 2 days, so they're both over halfway there. We have UC Irvine with 49, SIUE with 0 official laps, so all the remaining SOV teams decided to forfeit their lap time yesterday, charge the battery from the wall, and go at it today to get on the American Solar Challenge and try to get qualified today. So SIUE did 30 laps yesterday. They didn't get on the track till midday, so they forfeited those laps. UT Austin had 16, and we are seeing first solar cars make their way around the track today. And it looks like the first car coming through is the number 30 car from Delft. So they must have executed a pass, as ETS would have started first today. ETS is right behind them. And Enoptis right behind that. Those are our 3 leaders. And the 3 cars that are here at the American Solar Challenge, who were at the World Solar Challenge last August in Australia. Delft won that competition with Enoptis in second place. And ETS placed 9th in that competition. We are expecting quite a few new cars on the track today. In our MOV class, we have Iowa State, who has just cleared for the track this morning about 1 hour ago. And we have quite a few single occupant vehicles that will be joining us on the track today. Toronto, Wisconsin, Virginia Tech, Illinois State, and Waterloo should all get on the track for the first time today. And I understand that UT Arlington, Illinois, and Poly Montreal are all working on getting through dynamics, which should be their last requirement to get on the track. Looks like we will see our first MOV car coming through this morning, which is App State. In the SOV class, the lead from ETS got slightly extended yesterday afternoon. They were up by 9 laps pretty early in the day and stretched it to 10 just at the end of the day ahead of Delft. So that gap was pretty constant most of the day yesterday after the first few hours. Enoptis spent a little bit of time off the track midday yesterday and fell into 4th, but they have started catching up to ETS and Delft towards the end of the day. We'll see what happens today. It was quite cloudy this morning, so I'm not sure the teams got what they were expecting from morning charging. The forecast did not tell us to expect that much clouds. It expected weather more like this. So it's fairly sunny right now. There are shadows from the clouds. But we will see how the strategy goes, especially if the sun continues to get brighter as we go on. Here's going to be a look at Virginia Tech for the first time. Got a whole group of solar cars coming through here. That first car you see is Virginia Tech. And then the next two cars we have coming down the straight are in front, number 6, you see Berkeley. And behind them is 786 Western Michigan and number 79 Florida Poly. Looks like our leaders are going to catch up to this group here already. Sounds like this is all the cars on the track right now. A lot of the remaining teams have elected to stay and charge a bit more before hitting the track this morning. So once again, there's Delft in front, and we have ETS right behind them. If ETS can keep pace with Delft, they'll keep their 10-lap lead. See if they can gain anything with timing and driver swaps and things like that. And here is Anoptis not far behind as well. This is the first real track-based competition for Delft in quite a long time. Talked with some of their team members, and the last time they were at a track event where the solar cars on the track at the same time as other solar cars was in the early 2000s in Japan. At the World Solar Challenge, qualification process does not include a track competition. They do go on the track for dynamics testing, and they do the slalom and brake testing similar to what we have set up here. And following that, they do a hot lap on the track to determine the start order. So fastest lap starts first. I believe Anoptis has been to the European Solar Challenge more recently. And that is a 24-hour competition like FSGP. However, they do 24 hours straight. That is over in Europe and coming later this fall for solar car fans if you want to check that out. In the distance, I can see we have one more solar car that's made on the track so far. Appears to be Georgia Tech coming up around turn 3 now. So we'll see them in a little bit. See if we can see how many passengers they are driving with tonight or today. Later tonight, we will find out how much wall charging they've done since they left the track yesterday. And here we can see the Georgia Tech car. So it makes its way around turn 6. It looks like they have all 4 passengers in that car again. Definitely 2 in the front row. It's a little bit harder to see through the back row windows. And here comes our other MOV on the track, which is App State. And we've got another car on the track here. Looks like Florida. They left the track yesterday afternoon with a problem in their suspension, but it seems like they got it fixed overnight and are back on the track. They are one of those teams that I believe forfeited all of yesterday's laps. They'll be starting from scratch today trying to qualify for the American Solar Challenge. And the leaders came by again with Delft just in front of ETS. And Anoptis is coming now just a little bit further behind. far as coverage goes on the American Solar Challenge, you are correct that it is harder to live stream anything for you with the cars spread out. We will for sure have the start line on Saturday morning from the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. We will for sure have the finish line on Saturday, August 1st, all afternoon, as teams arrive in Amarillo, Texas, roughly from noon to the deadline is 4 p.m. I expect we will probably see all the cars arrive earlier than that as we see Washington go by and Iowa State for the first time on the track. We'll also, of course, bring you the award ceremony, which is scheduled either at 7 or 7:30 or 8 p.m. that evening in Amarillo at Arts in the Sunset. During the event, the solar cars are closer together during stage stops. Checkpoints depends on the checkpoint and the weather on whether we see a lot of solar cars at once. We likely will bring you some of the stage stops live as well, expecting this year that a good amount of teams will spend quite a while at stage points, driving loops, as we see Virginia Tech coming through again. This is a returning car for them, and but they did expand the solar array off the back there to get more solar power on the same car with the expanded regs. So we will try to be live from Edwardsville. Edwardsville is our first stage point at the Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. So we will attempt to be live there. That is on Monday, the 27th. Our next stage stop after that is in Carthage, Missouri on Wednesday, the 29th. And our last one is in Elk City, Oklahoma on Friday, the 31st. So all the cars will arrive on those days. They are required to get to those cities on those days. And they will start in a staggered 1-minute start based on distance covered the next morning at 9 a.m. Almost certain we will bring you the 9 a.m. starts, which will be for about half an hour, depending on how many teams qualify. And we'll try to bring you the stops the evening before. And here comes ETS. They have sped up as the sun is coming out, and they have executed a pass of Delft on this last lap. And now we're going to see the Delft car. We will have the same lap update cadence as yesterday, every hour on the hour. Yesterday we did add a 6 p.m. one because the event continued into later in the day due to our delayed start. So probably won't have a 6 p.m. one today. We'll just have official results posted later in the day as we have a group of cars coming towards us here. Front one being UC Berkeley. And then on the left side is Anoptis passing Georgia Tech. And they are going to also pass Berkeley here. Then we got Western Michigan coming through as well. I believe Esteban was still working on getting their car fixed up to get back to dynamics. I saw them in their workspace last night working on one of the rear right wheel assemblies. I think they were expecting to get back to dynamics today. I haven't heard if they're there yet. I don't have any update on Texas A&M at this time. I'll see if I can find that. I know yesterday evening we saw UT Arlington and Principia at Dynamics. Don't believe they completed it fully. We see Florida going by. So I expect they are back out there this morning to get that completed. The number 22 car from the University of Illinois, they were working on some repairs last night that they need to fix from slalom. I expect they will be also back at slalom this morning. And here we got our first look at the UC Irvine car this morning, number 95. And here's that Iowa State car. And ETS appears to have widened their lead here. Coming through here all by themselves on this lap. And next we have Washington coming through. They were briefly in third yesterday. Dropped down to fourth by the end of the day, but they have been, were keeping pace yesterday with the leaders. A little bit slower this morning. This is the second car from that team. And their first attempt, first qualification for the American Solar Challenge. As we see Delft come through. Impressive car from, second car from that team at Washington. And excited to see them on the road for the first time at the American Solar Challenge. We've got, looks like another car on the track today, which is Stanford. They completed 62 laps yesterday, not quite enough to qualify to get on the road at the American Solar Challenge. But they only need 35 more today, that means, to get to 97. So hopefully they can accomplish that and get on the road at the American Solar Challenge for the first time in quite a while for them as well. And here comes the number 8 car, Anoptis. And we've got Virginia Tech and Florida Poly. Seem to be about matching pace coming through together on both these couple of laps. Has been a struggle for our MOV teams this year, with the exception of Georgia Tech, it seems. Georgia Tech has been on the track the whole day yesterday, and we're out there. I think they missed the starting grid, but started a few minutes late this morning and are out there now. Have a lot of new MOVs this year. In fact, the only returning one is Georgia Tech's 4-seater. App State's here with a new car. Same with MIT, Iowa State, Minnesota, and all the rest of our MOVs, Esteban as well. So we're hoping to see Minnesota get to Dynamics today, and Esteban get back to Dynamics, and MIT get back on the track. And here comes ETS again, and I cannot see Delft yet, so they may be expanding their lead. I do not know what the best lap time is this morning. We will get that as part of the 10 a.m. lap update. We are planning to get the drone up this afternoon. Not too windy today. We will leave this camera live all day. And I will try to get a second camera out for part of the day as well as the drone, probably later this afternoon or evening. We'll try to wait until there's a few more cars on the track. With all the clouds yesterday afternoon and this morning, seems like we have a good number of cars that have decided to wait before heading onto the track this morning. There goes the number 30 Delft car. And we've got Iowa State followed by our third place SOV in Optus, who's going to pass them here. And here is the number 6 Berkeley car. And there we see Georgia Tech going by again. A question about qualification criteria for the American Solar Challenge. So there's a couple things regarding to qualification. The team needs to qualify both their car and their driver. So each driver needs to drive at least 50 miles on the track, which is 17 laps here at Brainerd International Raceway. We have a line of solar cars coming through us. It is Delft, car number 30, coming through first. Behind them is Florida Poly, who seems to have passed Virginia Tech on this last lap. And between those two is the App State MOV, which has 2 people in it this morning. And next here we've got Optus, car number 8. And behind them is Washington. So driver qualification is just 17 laps on the track at any point total during the event. Even forfeited laps, so the teams that drove some number of laps and then charged from the wall, those count for driver qualification. They do not count for car qualification. So teams have 2 options, or 2 methods they can qualify their car through. 200 miles in one day, which is 65 laps here, or 300 in 2 consecutive days, which is 97 laps here. And there is a possibility of provisional qualification for teams that don't quite get to the threshold, but in the opinion of the staff, are roadworthy. You see ETS passing Stanford here. Looks like ETS is catching up to Optus and Delft here. The gap is shorter in front of them than it is behind them. To gain 1 more lap on them. So our teams that didn't quite do enough yesterday to get over 100 miles have all elected to wall charge to try to get 200 today in one day, because they need more than that to do the 2 consecutive day method anyways with yesterday's results. Provisional qualification kind of depends on the reason a team doesn't make it all the way through. Typically, we do not conditionally qualify drivers. Maybe if a driver got to 16 laps and 17th lap didn't officially count because the end of day happened first, that might get your driver conditionally qualified, but typically it's not done. The car conditionally qualifying does happen. If the team gets on the track the last day and the weather is terrible, we may basically lower the threshold at the discretion of the staff. But everyone needs to get through dynamics today if they want a chance, because today is the last day for dynamics. And they need to get on the track tomorrow, if not today, and put their best foot forward and get as close as they can. And if they don't quite make it, it is possible. Part of that will also depend on how many teams we have successfully qualifying. 2024, we had a lot of provisional qualifications. It did rain heavily during that event, and so we didn't have a lot of teams really qualify for the American Solar Challenge. If a team does provisionally qualify, they will need to successfully complete the first checkpoint or first stage in order to continue on the American Solar Challenge event. Here we see Delft coming toward us on the right, and our first look at the Waterloo car on the track on the left there. Looks like Delft will pass after this turn. Number 24 car from the University of Waterloo. Good to see them get on the track today. Yesterday evening, I got asked about driver qualification. And I do have the results from yesterday on that. I can see that Berkeley qualified all 4 of their drivers. Optus qualified 3 of 4. Stanford didn't quite qualify their car, but they did qualify 2 drivers out of 4. Delft qualified all 4 drivers. as did Georgia Tech, as did Washington, ETS. Florida Poly got 2 of 4, as did App State and Western Michigan. So we see Iowa State and Anoptis, and ETS is here catching up to Anoptis. We'll see if they can execute pass on this lap or the next one. I think we're going to see a couple more cars on the track shortly. It sounds like SIUE will be back out here. I think Illinois State headed into the pits, but is getting ready to come back out as well. You can see lots of clouds in front of us, and from my view here to the left, which is roughly east, to the right, and to the behind me, so west and north, is currently clear blue skies rolling in towards us slowly. The heavy clouds to the east here is what we had this morning for morning charging. It was quite cloudy, so teams didn't get a lot out of that, but the track is getting sunnier. We are probably looking at the least sunny part of the track ahead of us and towards turns 2 and 3. I believe the front straight is fully sunny right now, and it shouldn't be long before we have clear blue skies over the whole track. We do have lots of corporate recruiters here at the track. I know during scrutineering last week, we had a large group from Tesla here. We also have Blue Origin and SpaceX have been here yesterday with booths set up at the track talking to students. We actually have one returning recruiter at Blue Origin who got his first position at Blue Origin, an internship, being recruited at Formula Sun Grand Prix a number of years ago. We have a number of other recruiters. Siemens is here running the Siemens Challenge today. Is the last day of the 3-day challenge. They are also through this, I believe, doing some recruiting through the challenge. They only have 3 days of watching the students, the team members, do the design challenge, which I think is probably a good metric for their recruiting. And here we're going to see ETS. They have passed Anoptis on this lap. And they're passing Western Michigan right there off the right side of the camera. And here we have Anoptis. And behind them is Waterloo. We have a few other recruiter sponsors who are participating in the event at some point as well. A couple of our staff members are part of these companies that are recruiting while they're here. Blue Origin I mentioned earlier, as well as Watch, which is a startup company in the solar energy space that actually came out of the Georgia Tech solar racing team. and one of the alums of that team and founders of Watch is here as a staff member and a recruiter this year. So we just saw the Georgia Tech car go by, and Stanford will be the next one. Question about the MOV scores yesterday and external charging. So the meter charging, as first we'll see Florida and Delft come through on the front straight, or not the front straight, here at turn 6. The metered readings we typically do at the end of the race day. So as the cars come off the track. And so yesterday, none of the teams did any meter charging during the day. Sometimes we have teams leave the track during the day to charge and come back. This here is ETS gaining on Delft. So yesterday's external energy solely consists of the battery that they started the day with in the score calculation. And the next energy reading will be taken at the end of race day today as they leave the tracks. And then again for the final reading tomorrow as they leave the track. So we'll find out for the official results today how much charging Georgia Tech or App State did from the wall between leaving the track yesterday and getting on the track this morning. So scores are not the, I guess they're partial at this point. The full final score is only really relevant for MOV at the end. It's hard to tell the progress because you don't know if a team is fully draining their battery and then going to charge later, or they're doing trickle charging throughout the event. There's different strategies to that can impact what the intermediate scores look like a lot more than the final scores. Looks like the Illinois State car is back on the track as we just saw the number 17 car head past. We'll be stopping at the Illinois State University in Normal, Illinois as our second checkpoint on stage 1 on Sunday into Monday the next weekend. So for anyone located in the central Illinois area, it's a good opportunity to see the solar cars. We got a line of cars coming through here. And we have Berkeley, followed by Waterloo and Georgia Tech. Looks like Georgia Tech wants to get by here. We'll see how they manage to execute that with these two SOVs. As off camera, it looks like Waterloo's going to pass Berkeley first, and then Georgia Tech will have to pass after that. And here is Iowa State. And off in the distance, I can see both Delft and ETS, so it looks like that gap is closing, and ETS see if they can take one on Delft in this first hour of the day. Stretch that lead to 11. Have the two European teams, the number 30 here, Delft, from the Netherlands, and the Belgian team, Inoptis. And ETS is, of course, the last time they're here in 2024, won the Formula Sun Grand Prix, and they're looking to defend that title. In the off year last year, with a different field, the University of Illinois won FSGP. ETS was at that time on their way to Australia for the World Solar Challenge. You just see Inoptis come by, and we've got Western Michigan next, and then I see a parade of cars around the corner. Looks like 4 of our SOVs. First, we've got Washington coming through. They are in 4th place right now. Behind them, Stanford, Florida, and SIUE. Right in a line there. And now we've got Illinois State on the right, executing a pass of Florida Poly on the left side of the track coming towards us. And right behind them is the car from Delft, number 30. And there is ETS closing the gap. Maybe we will get lucky and see the pass happen here on the backside. And right behind them is Waterloo. And two of our MOVs, Iowa State and Georgia Tech. Looks like more of the teams are speeding up here. We've got, just saw Washington, and now you see Berkeley. And Delft seems to have sped up as well, the number 30 car here. And it looks like extended their lead over ETS on this lap. A question about, or comment more about penalties from day one. Um, so all of the penalties actually yesterday were chosen by the teams. All the teams that received penalties elected to charge overnight, and so they forfeited all of their laps. So this was teams that did not get to the 100-mile mark yesterday and are attempting to qualify for the American Solar Challenge. So they got a full pack this morning to try and get in the 200 laps today to get qualified. And we've got Delft passing SIUE here. And App State behind them. Looks like the gap between Delft and ETS staying constant. ETS had caught up for the last few laps, staying pretty constant here. And there is ETS, the leader in the SOV class. We are expecting our first lap update today to be collected at 10 a.m. So they should be doing that process over at the timing tower here in 4 minutes, and we will get it shortly after that. Not sure where ETS is. I assume they may have done a driver swap or head to the pit. Did just see a new car on the track a few minutes ago, which I believe was University of Wisconsin number 608. We'll see them come back around again in a few minutes. I am not sure who is currently at Dynamics. We'll see if we can find out if Poly Montreal is back there yet or not.
There's a student.
All right, here we can see you got SIUE on the left side from our vantage point, and there's ETS again passing them. Sounds like Florida has headed into the pit to fix something which has been slowing down their laps, and I'm told they are expecting to start running much faster once they get that fixed. Looks like we got a group of cars here. We just saw 786 Western Michigan and 17 Illinois State. And there we saw Washington passing Iowa State. And we've got App State coming around corner 5 towards us here at corner 6. And then we've got Florida Poly. And right on their tail is Inoptis. And here comes a group of our SOVs. We saw, first we've got
That is 608, the car from Wisconsin, followed by Delft passing them off to the right. And here is Berkeley. And right on the tail is ETS. Looks like they're making up some ground on Delft here. And then we've got Waterloo and Illinois State. Actually, looks like this is Florida back on the track. We are going to get our 10 a.m. lap update here momentarily. It seems like in the first hour of the day, Delft may have just completed one more lap than ETS, probably more like half a lap due to ETS's brief stop in the pit, is my understanding. Today's fast lap and a new overall fast lap for the track is 3:23 from Delft. And we'll get you an average speed on that momentarily as we see App State coming through, followed by Stanford, and I believe that is Anoptis behind Stanford. Yes, Stanford and Anoptis. And there's Illinois State. And we're going to see ETS next. So it looks like they execute a pass of Delft on this last lap. Fast lap today is 3 minutes and 23 seconds, and that's a new fast lap for the event set by the driver that's in the car for Delft. And with 3 minutes and 23 seconds on this track, comes out to an average speed of about 55 miles per hour, which is 88 kilometers per hour. The first lap update of the day always takes a little bit longer than the rest because everyone will have a fastest lap for the day. And there we have Berkeley and Washington. I am hearing that the number 22 team, the University of Illinois, is preparing to head back to Dynamics today. So it seems like they got their issue fixed. And we'll get to Dynamics today and still hope to qualify for ASC by doing some laps hopefully this afternoon and tomorrow. As we see Georgia Tech, Iowa State, Inoptis, and ETS coming through. And now you can see Delft executing a pass of App State there, coming into corner 6. I have a question about what the regulations say about drafting. So drafting is not allowed in either of our competitions here, the American Solar Challenge or the Formula Sun Grand Prix on the track here. You do see cars close together as they do a pass, but that has to be a short-term thing. That can't be an extended thing. And obviously on the road at the American Solar Challenge, if you do encounter, heavy traffic and you're stopped at a stoplight, it's not really considered drafting when you're going, 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour through city traffic. The regulations do have a defined penalty for drafting, is my understanding. Let's see if I can find that. Our 10 a.m. lap update is coming out and is on your screens now. So we still have Georgia Tech leading the MOV class with 88 laps. And App State is with 70. So they've made up 1 lap so far today on Georgia Tech. Iowa State has done 10 laps today. And MIT has not been on the track today, so still in 4th with their 3 laps from yesterday. In the SOV class, ETS still in the lead with 132 laps. They've done 16 today as of 10 a.m. Delft had done 17, so closed the gap to 9 with 123 laps. I think ETS has passed them shortly after 10 a.m., so we'll see what it says at the next lap update. Noptis had done 15, so they are 2 further behind Delft, and 1 further behind ETS with 115 laps. Washington is now across the 100 mark with 101 total laps and 9 today. Berkeley is at 86 with 7 laps today. Florida Poly is closing the gap to 2. Florida Poly's done 9 laps today for a total of 84. Stanford and Western Michigan have both done 6 today. Stanford now at 68 total. Western Michigan at 59. UC Irvine has done 3 today for 52 total laps. And then the rest of our teams either were not on the track yesterday or forfeited yesterday's laps. So far today and total, Virginia Tech is at 9, Waterloo at 8, Florida at 5, Illinois State at 4, SIUE at 3, and Wisconsin at 1. Other teams that could get on the track as soon as they're ready are UT Austin, Utah State, Texas A&M, and Toronto. They are all cleared for the track. No, UT Austin and Utah State and Texas A&M all left the track yesterday with some issues. Hopefully they can get that fixed. Toronto got cleared this morning or yesterday after the end of racing, as we see Inoptis, followed by Delft, followed by Wisconsin, and followed by ETS coming through. Toronto was cleared, looks like, late last night after the end of racing. So hopefully we see them get on the track today. Hi, sorry I misspoke early. It is ETS with the 3:23 fast lap, not Delft. Delft's fast lap is 3:34. Our top 3 teams are still doing the fastest laps. ETS, Delft, and Inoptis. The only ones doing any laps under 4 minutes at this point. In the MOV class, fastest laps today have been Iowa State, and yesterday was App State. Georgia Tech has been pretty consistent right around the 5-minute mark on their fast laps. Today was 5 minutes, and yesterday was 5 minutes and 4 seconds. App State has slowed down a little bit from their pace yesterday. They, I think, had a good amount of battery to burn as they didn't get on the track yesterday morning, so they missed the first few hours of racing. And here comes Florida. And there we have our 3 leaders passing through, Inoptis, Delft, and ETS. I believe Inoptis is probably 2 laps behind the other 2 now, and they're right on the tail trying to make a move to get ahead of Inoptis and gain another lap on them. And it looks like we've got App State coming through and Florida trying to execute a pass here. Looks like this exit of turn 6 is a pretty common passing area we're seeing teams utilize. And now we've got looks like Waterloo followed by SIUE. And here comes Georgia Tech, and behind them is the University of Florida, who does seem sped up a good bit since getting back on the track. So it seems like they sounds like they had an electrical issue, and it is appearing to be completely resolved now, which is good. They will be attempting to qualify for ASC today, and are on pace to do so. Yeah, we've got a small group of cars coming around the corner. First time seeing App State. And then Wisconsin and Waterloo coming into view. And there comes Delft. So it would appear they have passed Inoptis. Yeah, so you can see Inoptis coming behind. Then we've got Washington here. Inoptis behind them. And coming around the corner is Stanford, getting passed by ETS. And then we've got a few more cars that will come into view momentarily with looks like Florida Poly, followed by Cal-Sol from the University of California, Berkeley, and Iowa State. And there we had Florida and SIUE. I have no updates on any further teams passing Dynamics. I believe Dynamics is open, and the teams we're aware of that either are at Dynamics or have claimed they are prepping for Dynamics is UT Arlington, Poly Montreal, Principia, and Illinois. Our camera today is on corner 6 of the track. We are running the 3.1 mile long track here. We are on corner 6 at the front end here, or at the near part of the camera. At the far end of the view, you can see corner 5 as well. So this little straight that Georgia Tech just drove is between corners 5 and 6. This is one of the slower parts of the track. The tightest turn on this track, I believe, is corner 4. So as teams go through corner 4 and into corner 5, they'll start accelerating here before corner 6. The other tighter turn on this track is corner 10. That is, the track is very wide at that point because it's the entrance to the drag strip. So teams have the opportunity to take that pretty wide if there's not too much traffic. And there is Delft, our leader today. Still got quite a bit of ground to make up on ETS from yesterday. ETS was 10 laps ahead at the end of the day. Delft has made up 1 today, seems like, but ETS has been maintaining pace for a while now. And there's Optus, the team in 3rd. And there is Delft with Inoptis right on their tail. So it seems like Inoptis has sped up or Delft has slowed down, but they are now maintaining about the same pace. ETS just around this next corner here behind Georgia Tech. So they got to execute a pass. Can be a little tough to pass there on corner 4. But now they're executing the pass here between 5 and 6. And here comes SIUE and Virginia Tech. Both are hoping to qualify for the American Solar Challenge today. For Virginia Tech, I believe that would be the first time ever. For SIUE, it would be the first time in a while. And behind them is Washington, who qualified yesterday for their first American Solar Challenge ever. And next we've got Iowa State, who is only planning to do Formula Sun this year.
And we're just getting our first view of the Toronto car, number 77, just came through behind Berkeley. Seems like Florida has left the track. We've asked for update there. They were having some electrical issues earlier. I had thought they had resolved them, but they seem to be back off the track. Not sure if it's still that or something new. And here we have Iowa State with Delft right on their tail. Seems like they've lost Inoptis here. Perhaps they stopped in for a pit stop. As we've got Washington right behind Delft, so they have sped up and are keeping up now, it seems. And ETS right here behind them as well.
As we see SIUE come through, it looks like we are also going to see our corner worker swap here. The corner workers are all volunteers from the teams, occasionally alumni, parents, friends who are affiliated with the team also volunteer. A lot of times we get media folks from the teams volunteering to come to the corners. They can offer good vantage points for photo and video. They run on about 2-hour shifts, so 4 shifts a day. This is 9 a.m. start, the end of the first shift, start of the second shift. They have an important job, so obviously it's critical that all the volunteer slots get filled, so there's a bit of an incentive for teams to volunteer as well, because the track will not go hot until there's a volunteer at every slot for the day. And here is ETS. Seems like they have passed Delft, but I don't see Delft coming, so they may have pitted for a driver swap or something. I know they had there was Natas who had 1 driver left to qualify. There is Delft actually. They are coming. Here is Wisconsin, Iowa State, and Delft, who looks like they want to pass. It's a little bit hard to pass on this location here if you don't start early. The lawnmower is not part of this race. However, they do actually host lawnmower racing here at the Brainerd International Raceway occasionally. So if that's something you want to see, they do have that available. As we see our corner worker swap happening down in the bottom left corner. We are running 10 corners at this track. So we have 10 corner workers out there at a time. Some of the corners are more popular than other for photography, so we occasionally have multiple corner workers at a corner. They've had it fairly easy so far. We haven't had a lot of incidents on the track. Only had 2 cars towed off the track, and those brought up yellow flag conditions. No red flags, no real eventful happenings to speak of so far. Hope it stays that way, and solar cars are out on the track all day, completing laps, qualifying for ASC. With 7 teams qualified yesterday, we already got a good field going into ASC. It looks like with many more that are on pace to qualify today. Hopefully, more MOVs get on the track than just App State and Georgia Tech. We got Iowa State out there, but they are not planning to go to ASC. Hoping to see MIT back on the track, expecting to see Poly Montreal at Dynamics, and hopefully Minnesota will get there as well so that they can be a part of the start line at the University of Minnesota on Saturday. After the 11 a.m. lap update, I will go try and get some updates on some of the other teams and bring those for you. See what's going on at Dynamics. And here we see Virginia Tech passing Toronto. And Delft is coming through here as well. Toronto's only been on the track for a few laps so far, so maybe doing some shakedowns and everything still. They are hoping to hit the road for ASC. They will need to speed up to do that. Fortunately, we are just at the edge of some clouds here. We got some gray clouds coming up above us. To the right, still pretty sunny. But this part of the track we're looking at here is now in the shade. Does make for an interesting competition here in the clouds. A lot of strategy for teams to think about with the weather. And of course, more reliance on pure efficiency here. The battery, will never be full at the end of the day if it's cloudy during charging periods and during the day. Okay, so I hear that they are collecting our 11 a.m. lap updates now, and we will see when they get those. This should be a little bit faster than last time. With the clouds, I think nobody's doing fast laps right now. And we just saw ETS go past, and we've got Inoptis coming towards us on the right and Washington on the left. Illinois State is on the track today. As of first update, they had completed 4 laps, but they weren't on the track right away. Expecting our 11 a.m. lap update here momentarily. And I just got word that the 11 o'clock lap update is about to be published. If you are looking for more updates, especially about teams that are not on the track, more occasionally when teams are pitting or leaving the track, You can find us on Instagram at American Solar Challenge or on Facebook. Seen lots of stories today. We've got a quick Cal Sol pit stop on there and updates when other teams hopped on the track here. Here we got Delft weaving between Stanford and Washington there, and Washington will also pass Stanford. And there goes Toronto, quite a bit faster than last time around. Looks like they got whatever sorted out and are going full speed ahead in their attempt to get on the road for the American Solar Challenge for the first time in quite a while. There we saw ETS. Still our leader in the single occupant class. Waiting to see where they will stand with our 11 o'clock lap update. Here comes our Iowa State, one of our MOVs. And right behind them on their tail is Inoptis. Looks like we've got a rescue van on the track for someone broken down around turn 5. So we've got yellow flag conditions in that area. There is Delft. And we'll see if we can find out who it is at turn 4. Just can't quite see them through one of our outfield
grandstands here. If you are nearby and thinking about coming here, we do have a lot of great places for the public to view the race from. Yesterday you would have seen our front grandstands on both sides of the front straight. There's also grandstands around the backside. There's a whole bunch in the infield around turns 4 and over by turn 1. And of course, the whole infield is open here, and you can view from along the fence line all throughout. So lots of places to view the action. And we will plan to show you more of that this afternoon with our drone. We'll try to get that up afternoon today. We got a whole traffic jam here on the section between turns 5 and 6 with Delft, Virginia Tech, Iowa State, and it appears Berkeley. Hearing that Principia and Rutgers are now at Dynamics, so Rutgers is a new team at Dynamics.
Looks like our 11 a.m. lap update is out. You should see that on your screen shortly. Big update is that ETS has picked up the pace on Delft and Inoptis and has completed 32 laps today, with 29 for Delft and 28 for Inoptis. So that brings the total so far to 148 for ETS, 135 for Delft, and 128 for Inoptis. Behind them still in fourth is Washington with 114, Florida Poly with 95, as well as Berkeley with 95, Stanford with 75, Western Michigan with 60, UC Irvine with 52, Virginia Tech with 18, Waterloo with 15, Florida with 11, SIUE with 10, Wisconsin with 9, Illinois State with 5, and Toronto with 1 in our MOV class. Iowa State continues to have the most laps today with 23. Just behind them is App State and Georgia Tech with 22 each. Brings our two-day total so far to 99 for number 49, Georgia Tech, 80 for number 828, App State, 23 for number 9, Iowa State, and 3 for number 4, MIT. It appears that Poly Montreal is close to getting on the track. I'm going to go get some updates for you on that. But I do believe that Poly Montreal is now cleared for the track, and so hopefully we will see them out here shortly. I'm going to take a break here. Going to go get you some updates on the rest of the happenings here. The camera will stay live, and we'll be back later this afternoon with I'll be here, and we will be bringing the drone out, assuming the wind continues to stay low as forecasted, and we'll get you a whole view probably of turns probably 1 all the way through 7 here from our position here today.
Good afternoon. We are back with a 12 p.m. lap update, as well as some updates from the Dynamics pad and the cold pits on where the rest of the teams not on the track are and what they are up to. We'll start with the 12 p.m. lap update. In the MOV class, Georgia Tech still leads with 109 laps, followed by App State with 91. Today, App State has one more lap than Georgia Tech as of noon. Iowa State has 31 laps today and 31 total, and MIT is at 3. In our SOV class, still have ETS leading the way with 160 laps. They've done 44 today, 42 for Delft, who's in second, and 40 for Inoptis, who is in third. That puts the totals at first place currently is ETS with 160, Delft in second with 148, and Inoptis with 140. Washington remains in fourth with 123 laps. Florida Poly in fifth with 104. Berkeley in sixth with 101. Stanford in seventh with 81, and they are getting closer to qualified for ASC. Western Michigan is behind that with 60. UC Irvine with 52. Virginia Tech with 25. SIUE with 17. Waterloo with 16. Wisconsin with 13. Florida with 11. Toronto with 8. And Illinois State with 5. I have updates from the Dynamics pad. We have 3 teams currently out there working on braking and 1 on their way. Out there right now is the University of Illinois, car number 22, number 66, Rutgers, and number 32, Principia. I saw the 4th team, which is UT Arlington, rolling their car over there for brake testing. So they will be out there shortly. And we hope to see all 4 of those teams get onto the track today. I saw Poly Montreal moving their car out of the work area and over to the pit area. So we should see them on the track shortly. I was expecting them to be here by now, but it seems like not yet. I spoke with the UT Austin team. They are repairing something with their battery and expecting to get back out there today. Utah State is also working on something in the battery. Seems like a little bit further away and didn't have an ETA at this time. I talked with the number 35 team from the University of Minnesota. Their car is now fully working, they tell me, and going back to static inspection to clear a couple of reds to yellow, and then they will also hit the Dynamics test today. Dynamics are open tonight until the sun sets. It may close earlier if nobody's out there. You won't be allowed to start Dynamics, super late. But as long as the sun's up and you're making progress, they'll let you finish Dynamics today. There are a few other teams in the garage at static inspections, and several teams still working on their cars back at their garages. I don't have any updates on the rest of them, but today is the last chance for Dynamics. So anyone who doesn't get through Dynamics today will not be able to get on the track this year at Formula Sun Grand Prix. We are going to try and get you an additional camera angle here this afternoon, as well as the drone a little bit later today. Weather today is nice and sunny and not too hot, which is good for the teams, but the large amount of clouds here
Means that the intensity of the sun is not great at parts, and there's shadows from the clouds. So skies aren't as clear as they'd hope. See clearer skies in the distance in some directions, so we'll see how that goes. The clouds aren't moving too fast right now. I believe our high today is about 75 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a good change from the weekend where we were 10 to 15 degrees warmer. Had a cold front come through yesterday morning, which is why it was so windy yesterday. And here we have Esteban coming around after App State. So the three cars you see coming towards us. First one is App State. The next one is Poly Montreal, making their third generation multi-occupant vehicle. 2 people inside. And then we have Waterloo. And then we got another group of 3, which appears to be Florida Poly on the left, Inoptis on the right, and Delft right behind them. And next up is Virginia Tech. And we've got 2 more cars coming around the corner, which is SIUE and Washington. I will be back with our lap update at 1 p.m. In the meantime, we'll try to get you another camera angle here, a little bit closer to the track. And we will figure out what time will be best for the drone to go up today. We have almost no wind right now. We are trying to wait for a few more cars to get on the track, hoping to see, well, now we've got Poly Montreal. We're hoping to see Illinois, Principia, UT Arlington, and Rutgers today for the first time, as well as we'd hope to see a couple of the cars that are off the track, UT Austin, Utah State, Florida, get back on the track. And we may also see Minnesota. They're a little bit further away, so we'll see how close they get today.
But we don't have telemetry of the fault when it happens, and the car's been off otherwise.
How you guys doing? It's okay. On this grass for like 2 hours.
You want to look spot over here?
In there?
Oh, nice.
Potential. So I think I'm like,
I'm pretty sure sometimes photographers do come in like cut
yeah.
holes.
Sometimes with permission, sometimes without. I will not cut any holes. I'll just use the ones that have previously been cut. Looks like he's grass strip.
So, pass it on first.
I don't want
Oh, wait.
the update almost ran Delft off the road here.
of soon. I think it is. I'd have to walk closer to tell for sure, though.
gets to your car and you're like, why are you here? Are you getting out yet? The clock is talking. The clock is talking. The clock is talking to you.
Are you talking about this?
No,
Oh, yeah. That was really weird. I swear to God, I thought she was just trolling me. So I was trolling her. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I didn't like when my had that one. Which, yeah, that sounds weird, but my mom, like, made, I guess this is, like, the family day, or the so, like, some sort of sweatshirts or something like that, my last name, so, no, no, that would be crazy. Who? 30? Our phone is like really This happened. Yeah, yeah.
Like to me, like me personally, I was like, oh, so yeah. She's like, and then I just didn't think about it at all. I thought like, she was getting off like quickly. Yeah, that's not one of those. Look at me bursting in the track.
Good afternoon, everybody. We will be getting a 3 p.m. lap update shortly. Sorry about the stream going down for a second there. We took down one camera, and at the same time our other camera died. But the reason we took down that camera is we got the drone going up in just a minute here. So we'll be on here for probably the next 20, 30 minutes with the drone out here over the outfield, as well as we will get you a lap update here as soon as it's available. Don't really have any new cars on the track since last time I was on here. And so we are still waiting on a few teams at Dynamics. It sounds like Minnesota has joined the teams at Dynamics, so hopefully they will make it out there today and get through that. So we are going to switch you over to our drone view now, where we are going through turn 7 here, following UC Irvine. And there they are, getting passed by Georgia Tech and Washington. And we'll turn back towards turn 6. And we've got Stanford coming towards us, and ETS, Stanford on the right, ETS on our left. And off to the left, you can see our control tower for this part of the track. As we follow Stanford, we will see Iowa State and Illinois State catching up to us briefly, very momentarily here. And there we saw Iowa State and now Illinois State. That is, Illinois State car is a returning car. It is one car, a car that they have added more solar array to, with our larger regulations allowing 6 square meters instead of 4. So we see Poly Montreal, the multi-occupant vehicle there with 2 people in it, and our Dutch team, Delft. And that is Western Michigan, followed by App State. And that turn you see on the screen is turn 6, which is where we have been watching most of the day on our couple of cameras. Looking down the short straight that we are going to cross here, it looks like. Yeah, we've got one car coming into view, which is the number 8 car from Inoptis, the Belgian team. And now we are heading towards turn 5, where we have Washington coming into view, our 4th place SOV team today. and yesterday, maintaining that space up there at 4. And then we saw Florida Poly and ETS coming across the bottom of our screen. And there comes Georgia Tech. Now we got a group of cars coming here. We're going to see Iowa State passing Virginia Tech. And there is Delft. And Waterloo briefly. So now we are looking at turn 4, which is one of the tighter turns here, which is not too tight, as you can see. We just briefly saw Poly Montreal under there as we were getting a higher view here. Off to our right is turn 3. And ahead to the left would be turn 2. And this is, solar cars can maintain most of their speed through turn 2 and turn 1 for sure. Now we're looking at turn 3. Sorry, my mistake, that was turn 4. We are trying to find some solar cars. Here we are, we have a couple of cars coming towards us. Here at turn 6. We have App State followed pretty closely by an Optus here. Waiting for a few more teams to make their way around the back of the track here. We just saw ETS going past. And now we are going to see Washington. Two of the longest cars here, Washington and ETS. Synoptis being the other one. I believe that maxes out our maximum length of 5.8 meters. Now we can see we're still following Washington here. See off in the distance the many lakes that one of the many lakes that makes up the Brainerd Lakes area. There's a small lake or maybe a pond in the camping area here, which is where all of our teams have set up their work areas. As we see Delft coming into view at the bottom. Other cars keep left here. They don't follow this hairpin that takes you on the 2.5 mile track. They continue around to the front straight with the 3 mile track. As we see a group of cars here. The big MOV in the back being Iowa State. It looks like we have, I think, Western Michigan and was in the front. I believe Stanford is that team Iowa State is passing right now. So that there you're looking at is turn 9, which is a pretty wide turn. Heads under a bridge through the dynamics, through the skid pad that we use for dynamics, and up to the front straight. Now you can see Georgia Tech just at the bottom of the screen, and a good view of the outfield here. Poly Montreal is going through turn 6 at the bottom left. And our van there is coming to do the 3 p.m. corner worker shift change. And coming across the bottom there is Inoptis. And it looks like we've got a couple teams coming into view here as they come around turn 4 on the right and into turn 5 on the left. First up, I believe, is App State. And then we have ETS behind them. And they are catching up here to UC Irvine. You see on the left side of the screen. And they both just passed UC Irvine. It looks like ETS may be trying to get past App State here. It can be a little bit difficult to pass the bigger MOV cars in your little SOV. They are going through turn 9, and they're going to go under the bridge here. That is the bridge to the infield of the track. And they're going through the skid pad here, which is also being used for dynamics, and we can see a couple of cars out there still. I can tell it looks like probably Illinois Principia and another team out there. So we see UC Irvine coming through turn 9 and Virginia Tech and Delft behind them. There we just briefly saw Washington. Yeah, we got a little bit of a lull here in solar cars coming down the track. So we're going to go take a look for them here. This small turn you see here is turn 7. Looks like there's a couple teams coming around turn 4 now. We are looking at turn 6. And our 3 p.m. lap update has been published. We can take a look at that. So ETS is still in the lead here with 204 total laps. That's 88 today. Delft is in second with 193 as we watch Waterloo go by. ETS has completed one more lap than Delft today. And we're going to see 2 more solar cars here. Got Inoptis and Poly Montreal should be coming on screen here. There they are. It's their third multi-occupant vehicle of a fairly similar design on the outside, but the inside has been refined each time. Follow them around turn 7, then turn 8 here. Inoptis is still in third in our SOV class. They have completed 84 laps today, for a total of 184. Washington continues to be in 4th place, 149 total laps, and Florida Poly behind them with 139. Here we see Georgia Tech coming through. They are still the leader in the lap count for the multi-occupant class, the 141 laps. And surely they are also the leader in person laps or person miles as ETS is catching up to them. App State is keeping pace with Georgia Tech today in total number of laps with 110 total. Poly Montreal has come onto the track and is doing pretty fast laps. Now they have 37 total today. And Iowa State has 33. There is the Delft car. That is the App State car. Turn back here towards Washington, passed under as we head back towards turn 6 here, I believe. Yep, that is turn 6. And there we see Stanford. I believe since the last time we did a qualification update, Stanford has now completed 101 laps and is now qualified to hit the road for the American Solar Challenge. Western Michigan is 11 laps from doing so, so hopefully they will hit that milestone today. Virginia Tech, SIUE, Waterloo, Toronto, and Illinois State are all on pace to get half of their 2-day total needed. They can match today's performance tomorrow. And we're going to go find some more cars here. I think we have Inoptis about to come into view. There comes Inoptis. And not far behind, if we can see them here, will be Virginia Tech. And we've got ETS coming across the screen, followed by just briefly Waterloo and Poly Montreal. Poly Montreal now holds the fast lap. Actually, Iowa State now holds the fast lap in the MOV class at 4 minutes and 8 seconds. Fast lap continues to be 3 minutes and 23 seconds by ETS in the SOV class. There goes Poly Montreal now around turn 9. And now we're looking at turn 5 and turn 4 as we have, looks like Florida Poly and Washington heading below us. As you can see, there's still some clouds in the sky, but it is a nice blue sky day today. Good sun, not too hot, high around 75 degrees this afternoon. And there we are, we just saw App State briefly. See if we can catch anybody else coming around turn 3 there. I believe we have a couple cars about to come into view. That is Illinois State. And Anoptis. As they go through turn 5. And now turn 6. As you see our control tower here in the infield of the track. Looks like we'll be taking the drone down for now. See some people on the tower there monitoring the data coming back from the solar cows, I believe from the UC Berkeley team. And now we can see back at turn 6, Western Michigan coming through, followed by UC Irvine. Sounds like we may get back up in the drone here after a quick battery swap. We got a whole group of 3 cars coming down the front straight here. We have on the right in front, Delft, and behind them on the left, the bigger car is the Poly Montreal, and then Waterloo behind that.
And we just saw Iowa State go back. We will be back up in the air with the drone momentarily. Preparing for takeoff. As we've got 2 cars coming towards us. One there was Washington. And next up we've got Virginia Tech. And we got Georgia Tech rounding the corner here. And we've got the drone back up in the air. See Georgia Tech going past. The cars coming through here. Stanford is on the inside there, getting passed by App State and now Illinois State. And we're going to see ETS on the inside there, just past University of California, Berkeley. And Florida Poly should be coming into view behind them momentarily. Yeah, we just saw the Delft car come across screen, and we got a few more of our MOVs coming towards us momentarily. Looks like that is Iowa State, followed by Poly Montreal. There go the 2 MOVs, 2 passenger MOVs, I believe both running with 2 passengers in the car. We are looking at the infield of the track here at the Brainerd International Raceway. They call this part of the track infield the zoo, large open camping area used at their biggest events. See who we can find here as we are looking at turn 3.
Seems we have a group coming. Should be on our camera here momentarily. And there we have on the coming through first is ETS, followed by Georgia Tech and MIT. Who was that? Sorry, that was not MIT. That was MIT. They're back on the track, and I think that's Illinois State that passed them. And then we've got App State. I did submit a question to our timing staff about their lap count. I will let you know if I hear back. And right behind App State is Delft, who is still sitting in second place in our SOV class. Them and ETS have been going roughly the same pace, plus or minus a lap. ETS is ahead now. Delft was ahead earlier for today, but as of yesterday, ETS was ahead by 10 laps, as Delft just passed App State here. We are going to turn around here down the straight between turns 6 and 7. Should have a couple of cars coming around the corner into view momentarily here. The first one will be the Iowa State car. I can see 2 people inside of. And next will be Pierce, Florida Poly. And it looks like Castle is back on the track after their issue earlier, where if you're watching, we did see them stopped here on turn 6. They're going quite slow here on turn 6 again. And now there's Poly Montreal. Seems like MIT is back on the track now for the first time today. We will see what their strategy is here for getting qualified for ASC. They may be trying to qualify a driver today and will potentially do what they need to do to be ready to qualify the car tomorrow. There we see the Berkeley car getting moving again, and Waterloo had just passed them. Here we can see Berkeley going into turn number 9 here. Pretty wide turn into pretty long straightaway, which goes through the skid pad here at Brainerd International Raceway. Also next to the track on the skid pad would be where Dynamics is happening. We may see a couple of cars out there doing braking or slalom on the right side of the wall.
Left side of the wall is the hot track as Berkeley emerges from the bridge. Looks like they have wet braking set up to the right. And we got the Principia car down there. And I think that was Illinois over there in the shade. So we head back over to the rest of the track through the teamwork area and camping area. See Delft going by there off the right side of the screen. And Stanford there across the bottom of the screen. And we've got a couple of our MOVs coming into view here. First is Georgia Tech. And second is, it's like MIT passing between two SOVs. One on the left is UC Irvine, the one on the right is Washington, and App State is catching up to this group as well. I am not sure why Castle got towed off the track earlier. Presumably it was not a simple issue, but if you can do a quick fix on the side of the track, you can finish the lap and it will count. But they were towed off here at turn 6 all the way back to the hot pit, which is quite a drive here, over 2 bridges and through the entire infield here. Now you're seeing turn 3 and our timing stand out, or our flag stand out there. Looks like that is Virginia Tech coming through and ETS behind them. We follow the Virginia Tech car through turn 5 here. And now into turn 6. Catching up to them next we will see, it appears, is Waterloo. Yep, Waterloo just across the bottom of your screen here. And we're going to see a couple more cars coming here. First is Florida Poly. And second is Delft. They should come into view here on the right momentarily. And catching up to them is the number 17 car from Illinois State, who is doing quite fast laps today, hoping to qualify for the American Solar Challenge. It sounds like the reason Calsol was off the track earlier was some sensor in their battery. So the car was going into safety mode, and they had to get that sensor fixed before they were allowed to get back on the track. Waiting for a few cars here. We are overlooking turn 5 with turn 4 off to the left, and heading turn towards 3 ahead to the right. And now we're going to get one of our MOVs here I can see coming towards us. Looks like that is Iowa State. All right, looks like we did confirm that we missed App State during the 3 p.m. lap update, and their total at that time should have been 68. So they have done more than Georgia Tech today and are closing the gap to 15 lap difference. And that is Western Michigan. Another team hoping to qualify for ASC. Western Michigan, as of 3 p.m., was 11 laps away from qualifying. At the speed they're going now, they should hit that today. And we're all the way out here at turn number 3. See who we can find next. That is Waterloo. And behind them is Stanford. And passing Stanford will be car number 30 from Delft. Florida, I did get an update on. They are back in the cold pit area. Yesterday they had an issue with one of their shock mounts. It seems like they're having a recurring issue with that, so they're off the track trying to get that repaired. We're following Delft here, going around turn 6. And around turn 7, as we turn around to catch some of our other teams coming through. First, you're going to see potentially Illinois State coming through here. Off to the far left here, you can see a little bit of movement from a solar car. That is the front straight. And now we've got a group of solar cars coming towards us. First one is Virginia Tech again. And behind them we have Iowa State. And off in the distance you could see ETS and Florida Poly there, as Virginia Tech rounds turn 6 and Iowa State passes them. And ETS will be catching up here onto screen. There they are. And there we see Florida Poly. Looks like the University of the Pacific just completed dynamics and is all cleared through scrutineering and may join us on the track today, or hopefully tomorrow. That's great to hear. This is their third time coming to FSGP, and this will be their first time getting on the track. So good to see for a new team on their first car to get on the track. So we see Poly Montreal rounding turn 6. Yeah, coming through next is 2 more MOVs. On the left in front there is MIT, and behind them is App State. Should come onto screen in just a second. And now you'll see Delft coming into view on the bottom there they are. Looks like we'll follow these 3 around. As Delft passes App State. And I think they'll look to pass MIT right here too after they get through or under the bridge. Although we do have a yellow flag here due to a team stopped. So no passing allowed until you get to the next corner station without a flag. So Delft will have to sit here and wait behind MIT. Looks like that may have been Washington stopped there on the side with the rescue van behind them. As we go around turn 10, now you are allowed to pass. See if Delft makes their move here as they get onto the front straight. This is where we were yesterday. You can see the drag strip to the left and all the pit row tents up on the left far side of the drag strip. We are taking the south side service access road here to bypass the somewhat sticky, somewhat slippery drag strip. And Delft to execute their pass and is leaving MIT behind here on the front straight. And we will cut back towards turn 6 here, as we will be wrapping up the drone footage shortly. Got a couple teams coming around turn 3. Should come into view soon. Looks like we will not quite have enough battery to make it till they get here, so we will be bringing the drone in here. We will plan to have the drone back up tomorrow as well, as we'll be live streaming from the front straight again, and you will see the Finish and start of day 3 tomorrow, and of course the award ceremony tomorrow evening. We can see Florida Poly and Virginia Tech coming into view here, and Delft shortly behind them. I want to say thank you to Sonny, our videographer and drone operator here at on the staff of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix. He will be joining us throughout FSGP and ASC. So take a look for drone footage across all of our social media, including these live streams, recap videos from both events, as well as on our social media. You can find us at American Solar Challenge on Instagram and on Facebook. Got a whole group of cars coming through here on the short straight here between 5 and 6. ETS is in front, followed by Waterloo, and then Illinois State on the right, and Stanford behind. And here comes App State. Still hoping to see a few more teams get through dynamics. I know Principia, UT Arlington, Illinois have been out there working, and Minnesota was supposed to be getting out there. Hope to see all of them get through dynamics. Got about 3, maybe 4 hours max left. Then they can get on the track tomorrow and try and qualify for the American Solar Challenge. Just about time for our 4 p.m. lap update. We will get that to you as soon as it is available. I am going to have you back live tomorrow on the front straight for the final day of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026 before we head down to Minneapolis on Friday for display day and the start of the American Solar Challenge on Saturday morning. You can catch the start of the American Solar Challenge right here on our YouTube channel, as well as the finish in Amarillo, Texas on August 1st and the following award ceremony. We will try to bring you some of the stage points in between, either the end in the afternoon and possibly also the starting line of each stage in the morning. Those are in Edwardsville, Illinois, and then the second one in Carthage, Missouri, and the third one in Elk City, Oklahoma. We also have checkpoints in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Normal, Illinois, Rolla, Missouri, Tulsa, Oklahoma. So those are good opportunities if you are anywhere along the route to come see the solar cars in person up close. You will see our 4 p.m. lap update on screen here, hopefully within the next 10 minutes. I will be back for the end of the day, but for now, you guys can continue to watch here at Turn 6 at the Brainerd International Raceway for the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. If you haven't already, it does really help us out if you subscribe to our channel. And you can also then click the bell icon to turn on notifications to get notified whenever we go live. We've been able to nicely schedule these during the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix. But when we get on the road for American Solar Challenge, other than the start line, finish line, and award ceremony, it'll be a little bit more impromptu. So if you don't want to miss them, I encourage you to turn on notifications, at least for the next 2 weeks as we go through our events here. We will leave this camera up for the last 2 hours of day 2. Thank you for watching, and I'll be back towards the end of the day.
Good evening, and welcome back to, well, I guess I'm the one coming back to Brainerd International Raceway here at Turn 6. We have about 10 minutes left in the day here on day 2 of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. And we are getting a 4:45 p.m. lap update. That'll be our last lap update before the official results are published later this evening on our website. And at that point, we will get MOV score updates, including external charging that they've done in the last day. Do you have, you may have seen Principia doing, I think they're at a couple of laps now, maybe 4. And we will see them coming around here shortly on the track. We have another team, number 22 Illinois, who is, I'm told, entering the track right now. So we may see them coming around here on, probably get 2, maybe 3 laps in today. Our 4:45 p.m. lap update is out, and ETS has continued to grow their lead to 12 laps now. In first place with 2:29 in the SOV class, and a new fast lap of 3 minutes and 14 seconds today. In second place is still car number 30 from Delft with 217 laps, and Inoptis has 200 even. Florida Poly has the 4th most laps today with 79, but is still behind Washington overall. So Washington is in 4th with 168, and Florida Poly, who you see going by right now, is in 5th with 154. Following that is Berkeley with 118. And below that is Stanford with 112. Below Stanford, we have Western Michigan with 99, who is qualified for ASC now. As you see the UT Austin car coming by, they are back on the track this afternoon. And next we have, is that ETS? No, it is Washington, or Waterloo, sorry. And we got our first look at the number 22 Illinois car, that white catamaran coming across the right side of your screen with the Inoptis behind them, Poly Montreal behind them, and then MIT, and then Delft. Virginia Tech has also qualified for the American Solar Challenge. They have 67 laps today. Waterloo is close. They need 3 laps in the last 15 minutes to get the 65 laps to qualify today. They're at 62 at 4:45. UC Irvine with 62 as well over the 2 days. SIUE has 47 laps today. They forfeited yesterday's laps. They look like they're trying to get, and here's your view of the Principia car coming. I believe SIUE is trying to qualify for ASC through the 2-day method, so 97 laps over 2 days. They get 1 or 2 more laps in right now. They'll be on pace for that. Illinois State got on the track today for the first time and has 43 laps now. Toronto at 30. UT Austin has 16. Wisconsin has 13. Florida has 12. Principia has at 3. In our MOV class, so we switch over there. Georgia Tech is still leading with 158. App State has done more laps today, 85 versus 81 for Georgia Tech. Both teams are qualified for the American Solar Challenge, but Georgia Tech leads right now with 158 to 143 in the lap category. And this evening, we will publish the scores for the intermediate scores as of the end of the race day today. Poly Montreal and Iowa State both have 55 laps today. Poly Montreal is going for that ASC qualification, so they are more than halfway through a 2-day qualification. So hopefully we see them qualify tomorrow. IIT has been back on the track this afternoon with 15 laps. We'll see what they decide to do. They Haven't been on the track that long today. Only for the last 2 to 3 hours of the day. So they may go for a one-day qualification for ASC tomorrow. Minnesota is currently at Dynamics doing brakes and slalom. So we hope they can get past that tonight, and we should see them on the track tomorrow, and they can qualify for the American Solar Challenge, hopefully in a one-day qualification. On the single occupant side, I know that of the teams that are not on this track, Florida is having some issues with their suspension. They're hoping to get back out today. I don't believe they have yet. Utah State is apparently got everything repaired and is in the process of trying to get back on the track. We'll see if they get if we see them here before 5. I think we may see them tomorrow. Don't know what the status of Texas A&M is, unfortunately. I haven't been able to get any updates on them. UOP is qualified, the University of the Pacific, to get onto the track, and they are going to start tomorrow morning, they tell me. UT Arlington has finished Dynamics. They have a few yellows. They are getting finished up tonight, and we will see them on the track tomorrow is the plan. And I believe Minnesota and UT Arlington might be our last 2 new teams to get on the track. Possibly McMaster as well. The rest of the cars, though, however, are unfortunately not going to make it to Dynamics today, and Dynamics is not available tomorrow. But so far today, we've had quite a lot of solar cars on the track, and hopefully we have just those, 2 more tomorrow, 3 more maybe. "19 SOVs have done at least 1 lap today, and we have an additional 2 that did laps yesterday, and 1 more team ready to do laps tomorrow at this point. So that would get us to 23 total SOVs on the track. On the MOV side, we have 4 cars on the track today, 5 cars on the track, sorry, and hopefully we get 1 more tomorrow with Minnesota. Looking at quite a few cars going through here. So it is 5 p.m. and the race clock is hit 5 and the checkered flag has flown. So the cars here are doing their final lap. As long as they complete that final lap after the checkered flag within 20% of the length of the previous lap, so they don't slow down too much, this lap will count for them. They will get to count that as well. The teams that decided to forfeit yesterday's laps did so because they are trying to qualify for the American Solar Challenge. And in the case of some of them, I know they had come straight from Dynamics and spent quite a lot of battery on accelerating for the brake test and the slalom. So they didn't start the day with a very full battery. Got on the track, did a handful of laps, and decided they wanted to charge from the wall and get a full battery to start their real attempt today. And if you charge from the wall in the single occupant class, you have elected to basically forfeit everything you've done before that and restart with a full battery. Now, the laps they did yesterday do count for driver qualification. Driver qualification is solely about driver experience. So those laps count for that purpose regardless. But for car qualification, which is about the performance of the vehicle itself, they need to meet the performance threshold of 200 miles in one day or 300 over 2 consecutive days. So it looks like SIUE has executed their strategy here to get their car qualified. They forfeited yesterday, but they did, or look like they're doing enough today to be on pace for tomorrow to get to that 300-mile mark over 2 days. Fortunately, a few other teams that forfeited yesterday's laps also had issues today. So we'll see, they may forfeit today's laps as well. So there's our last look of the day at Georgia Tech and Optus and Florida Poly. Looks like got one car stopped. I don't know if you can quite see it at the top left before turn 5, which is Iowa State, I believe. Stopped on the track, so they may get towed off here after we see the last couple cars around. Yes, that is the Iowa State car out there. Looks like we have maybe one car left on the track. I see App State come. Oh, I see two more. Looks like we'll see App State come through one last time, and behind them, trying to see who that is in the distance. Looks like Virginia Tech. So for qualification, the 2 consecutive days and 300 miles. So this track is 3.1 miles. So that works out to 97 laps over 2 days, or 65 over 1 day. And the drivers require 50 total laps, anytime, any days, no requirements for when those happen. Just 50 laps in the car, or 50 miles in the car, or 17 laps in the car, just to make sure your driver has experience in the car prior to getting on the road at the American Solar Challenge. And I believe this will be our last car coming through here, the Virginia Tech car. Looks like Iowa State will get towed off the track, maybe out here for a little while as the rescue vans are in process of probably picking up all the corner workers as well. Right now in the single occupant class, we have 9 cars qualified for the American Solar Challenge. Waterloo may just have completed that today. They were 3 laps away with 15-ish minutes left in the day. So at their lap pace, I think they may have just done that. And then we will see how SIUE does tomorrow, along with Illinois State, Toronto, as the other ones that are close. I think Principia and Illinois will be looking to do that tomorrow as well. They should have a nice full battery, having just got on the track for a couple of laps today. And we'll see about the teams that have been off the track with problems, whether they can get those resolved today or not. In our MOV class, we have 2 cars qualified for ASC, which is Georgia Tech and App State. Poly Montreal is not going to quite do it today in 1 day, but they should have no problem tomorrow based on how many laps they did today, and the fact that once they got on the track, they did 55 laps quite quickly this afternoon. MIT got back on the track this evening. If they can stay on the track all day tomorrow, they were maintaining a good pace that would qualify them. And hopefully we see Minnesota on the track tomorrow going for 1-day qualification. All right, so day 2 is in the books here at the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. All the cars are that are driving are off the track. Iowa State will get helped off the track as soon as the track is fully closed, fully cold. So we are going to end this stream here. We will be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central Time start, going through 5 p.m. tomorrow for the last day of the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. Keep up on our social media at American Solar Challenge on Facebook and Instagram. you will see our final results for tonight published, hopefully in just a couple of hours here. And of course, we will be back tomorrow with this for the race day, as well as for the award ceremony following the end of the day here at Brainerd International Raceway. So you can tune in live to see our awards ceremony. Just checking on, that will be at 7 p.m. tomorrow, so we will be live for that. And then we will all move on to Minneapolis for the American Solar Challenge. We will have the start line 9 a.m. Saturday morning for you live here as well. And following that, I highly recommend that you subscribe to our YouTube channel here and turn on notifications with the bell icon to get updated when we are going live from the American Solar Challenge. Obviously, with all the cars on the road and all of us on the road, the schedule for when we can be live and show you the solar cars will be varied. Most likely it will happen at our stage locations in Edwardsville, Carthage, and Elk City. And of course, we will have the finish line in Amarillo. That one is scheduled, as is the award ceremony on August 1st. So thank you all for joining us today, and hope to have you back tomorrow for day 3, as we got a tight race at the top of the SOV class. Lots of teams pushing for American Solar Challenge qualification. And we will see where things stand on the MOV score as we publish our end of day 1 results here in just a couple of hours. Good night.